That doesn't make any sense at all.
Are you being aggressive with me?
And there's a reason that what you find as cheat, um, as cheats to the state. I don't even can't even say as cheatment because I don't even know if that's the technical term. Um, but as cheat when it as cheats to the state, it's because they can't find anyone at all to claim the property even on your behalf. They have kids, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. They got
Which would be
two or three.
listed as beneficiaries, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Guess what? Before it can escheat to the state, they have to go through the beneficiaries listed on the account.
And I'm sure they're on there.
There's no way these guys are stupid enough to not do that. That's one of the things that they talk to you about when you make these accounts. Because you could die at any moment. That is, wow.
Right?
I am angry for them. I need to turn this light off. Why this light off? Okay.
I'm tired.
She needs to find somebody to do that lawsuit though.
Yeah, she's going to. They are definitely. I told her, I said, let's
Did she
talk
just
tomorrow.
find out today?
She found out like Thursday or Friday, something like that. They just found out. And I don't even know how the husband found out. I'll get more details tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, and he probably found out because he looked at his paycheck and was like, hey, that's a little higher than usual. Why didn't it get?
Yeah.
Because
Well-
the other thing is the only other option of nothing happening on that account. I mean, would be that whoever said they were depositing it on his behalf was stealing that money. So it was coming out of his paycheck, but not getting deposited in that
I
account.
don't know if he's.
But that would still have to happen for a period of years.
But see, I don't know if he's contributing to that account or if she is.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you don't have to contribute to an account to have an account.
Right.
That's like having a bank account that says, "Oh yeah, after 2 days, my money." And technically, Charles Schwab would be the beneficiary before the state of Florida.
Right.
Why would the state of Florida be the designee?
Right.
Okay. Why these chips suck? Go ahead and toss these. These are survivors of the chips. They are so good.
Yeah, maybe he does. Okay. Where'd you get those at?
Ooh.
Like the portion.
$12.
Yeah. You can go.
But
You can go to
be
West.
fair, there was
Spain.
twice as many of them.
Well,
They're
that's
now in the gutter.
not good. You know what? I have not medicated Cindy. Where the hell is she? She's in the office. I ended up on the phone trying to help her with her drawing and stuff. Well, I mean, first of all, what do you do? You get suicidal with it? Yeah, I thought so. And then the other thing is,
stocks are for private corporations, bonds are for the government. No.
Yeah. Hey, I learned that on. Yeah, I learned that on my first day.
I'm listening. What do you think bonds are? But basically, you can have a bond against the stocks, but typically speaking, companies can't issue bonds because they can't guarantee it. Hey baby, I got you new foods because it's nice and or tiny. You wanna try it, honey? I know mama's right there. You wanna try it? You want to try mama to eat it? Do you want to try it? It's nice and easy to eat. And it's just like your food, but tiny. And while technically, yes, a government could go under and not be a bond. This is another big one. This is why people are like, oh, we don't stop, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, if one person to reach the same word, give handle the right, one person. Oh, I thought it's a small cube. I mean, I'm always yeah, I mean, exactly. It's all this combined.
everything's being used. So I had all the photos.
No, I mean this one.
Oh, that one.
But I had to take the head off of this machine last night.
Okay.
It sounds up to them the best. And it gives them back when you do it. Empty out your remote. You get it cheaper. Now I know what to do. Yeah. I did, but he doesn't want nothing to do with it because he's got mommy and daddy. And of course, Dr. Pilgrim over here, he's considered the young boy, so he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to eat solid food. The juice is the day. Which you cannot do in whipping the air out of the Dr. Pepper is use the emergency blender with. Because it just takes the carburation out and puts different air in. Oh, it makes sense. As soon as I drank it, I was like, yeah, I see what he's saying over here.
It's a little fine. Which what is that do? What's that? Exactly what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, I mean, literally.
Like,
And it's one of those moments like, yeah,
this one, it looks like it's been chewed out. It's just staying. That's what it's supposed to do.
and sometimes it looks better when you bleach it, and sometimes it looks worse.
I'll tell you, I bleached it. I baked it over there. I did it.
That's what I'm saying. Sometimes you clean it, and it looks, this is as good as it looks. And then there are other times you do the exact same thing, and you may run it twice, and it looks like you brushed it. Look what I got for you, honey. We went to Red Robin. Yum.
I tried to take off for her out here because I couldn't find the little heater to warm her up. So if it can get hot, that's why.
I'm actually kind of turning towards cold right now. That works out. Is it supposed to be cold again tonight?
I'm sorry?
It's supposed to be cold again tonight?
I don't know. She was cold. She was shivering. I had to do another bath. She shit while we were gone. And of course she walked through it.
And I heard you, but I took one of those, honey coats.
It helped you though.
Yeah, and I could hear you, but I basically was passed out at that point. Because I felt that first punch, and I was like, not playing this game.
Got it right away. Yeah. No, I couldn't leave her like that.
No.
It was a heartbreak for her.
Again, I know in my brain, in my heart, it's not her fault. Yeah. Especially because she's still in a small space that we put her into.
Yeah. And she was stuck there the whole time. There was nobody here.
Right. Well,
During the day you weren't here.
it was there when I left.
Yeah, but oh yeah. Well, she might have done it before she while we were gone.
No, or it was there when
Oh.
But I was, but she's the one who loves me. I don't like it. But I Did you know that you are babies? The craziness is not for you. I know. And I'm gonna miss these little trippity trips, even though I say I won't, but I will.
Hey! Stop! What are they fighting over?
The only thing I can think of is because I put a burger over there where they are not.
You're not even close to it.
Get here. Go.
I'm gonna just shut my door. Okay. Come here, Steve.
I want her to smell like burgers. I
That
want
smells on
baby
it,
to smell it. You're gonna get rewarded for just being a good girl, Cindy. You didn't do nothing. You were just standing here, being a dog. You wash my hands, honey. Cindy, you're okay, honey. You didn't do nothing wrong. Come here, honey. Here. No tricks. No tricks. So, lady, want some burger? Oh, hi, everybody. Cute bird. Just joined. Thank you, puppy. Sorry about that. My dogs went bonanza for some reason. Family had a day out, so we ended up at Red Robin. Hey, please. Do you want to try cheeses for the first time? Do you want to try cheeses, Pilgrim? You just want mommy and daddy to feed. Well, you went on the floor. For those who didn't catch it in the earlier stream, Tyson jumped ship out of the thing. And so he spent almost the entire day on the floor where mommy and daddy were not going to feed him because he was in the darkness. And they were not in the darkness, so they were like, nah, bro, you live there, we don't. And so they fed Dr. Pilgrim all day. So Tyson's very hungry, but he's not letting me feed him either pellets or formula. And so that's kind of where we're at. Mommy and daddy are currently refueling on Red Robin as well. And then they'll be back to feed him. So in the meanwhile, just enjoy the babies. Let me know if you have any questions. Do this. Oh well, if I put you down there, they're gonna get all over your case. So that's fine. Let me get your water, okay? Are you still eating Fruity Loops? Do you not want to eat some protein things? Oh yeah, I'm sure you feel like you need hydration.
But didn't do anything, so she came up.
I'll give her a little bit too. I want all of them to smell like baby sing. I'll give her a reason to be jealous.
There you go.
I only gave her like a little piece of burger. How much did she eat dinner?
I don't think so. I don't think she ate much. I gave her a good chunk of turkey.
Okay, do you want me to try and cucumber, honey? Oh, honey, it's okay. I'm sorry. You want to try cucumber? Cucumber, baby, cucumber. I'll keep seven whole cases because I need to change their taste. I'll leave it here so I don't forget it. Good job, Melissa. No. I don't remember seeing it on the table though. Tyson, where you going? See, you're ready to jump back out again.
How are you gonna get back in? It's too high. Too tall.
No, you crawled up the wire.
Yeah.
And that was after I clipped his little nails. That's just sheer determination.
That's saying I'm gonna be with my mama.
Basically.
All right. Good night.
Good night. Here. Sit here. Here. A little bit more burger, okay? And then you can go night with Mama's. Hello, Andre. Go on. Get out. I heard you growl. Outside. You okay, Cynthia? Are you okay? Are you? I know those are big scary noises. Those are big scary noises that you don't like. Are you okay? I didn't see what happened. I was looking for my phone, sweetness. You're scared. It's okay to be scared. You can be scared. It's okay to be scared. Would you like some picky pickies? Why'd you bite me? I didn't do nothing. Do you treats? Just holding your picky drinkies. It's okay. Did Tommy have some? Is that okay? It's not okay. Tommy has some. I know blueberry is your favorite flavor. Okay. Technically, I'm giving them stuff that they should not be having. Especially tongue this year. But after they have fed the babies, I do give them a little bit of a certain allowance. Right now they're having some hydration drinks, artificially flavored. I mean, it's really not great for them. It's really okay for us. But the reason I do it is it helps them get hydrated much more quickly than if they had to wait. They're, I don't want to say struggling with feeding the babies, but she's definitely trying to nest. And what she's doing is instead of feeding the babies, she's working on nesting. But if I give her some of this stuff to kind of recover more quickly, she is at least feeding the babies. And what she's giving them is better than anything I could give them, although we do supplement her diet and their diet with formula. This is a stick, one of my cleaning items. It's not a shock stick or anything. still there for us?
Of course.
So I went to go find my phone, and I had to deal with Phoebe. I apologize. Good girl. You didn't do nothing wrong. Okay, sweetness. Are you ready for me to clean up everything? I know nice and cold. Go get it. Or did they kick you out? Did they kick you out with purpose? You okay with me? You okay? Are you all finished? Let's save this for tomorrow, okay? Why don't we get a drink? I think we need more turkey. We only have enough for tomorrow. Let me introduce you to a burger. you're in such a dirty habitat right now. Even your emotional support dog has to come on you. That's where you're getting all the Fruit Loops. Okay. Okay. I'll set you here for just a moment. I know it's not what we're doing. Alright. But we'll make sure you got warm places and clean places. This is all dirty, nerdy. I'm gonna let you guys babysit them while I go clean out their stuff. Since you're trying to go to bed now. See you making numbers. Way I make up their bed is I put my fluffiest pillow. Gerry, get out of the soil. Get out of the soil. This is not up for debate. I think you guys are ready for getting this one. Let's go. Great job, guys. she does when she's trying to get enough nutrients to make more eggs. And you guys don't need more siblings. You just need you. We just need you so we can build up your aviary. You can be so cute, so good, so nice. And then you can put your favorite heating pad towards the end of the pillowcase. Scoopity doo. Loopity floop. And then here. So they can be seen by you. In the camera. And that is how we make baby parrot please. We are trying to get them to eat on their own. Look, see. Did mom and dad get you fed up? Let me see. Alright, okay, so over there. Let's see. Hello. Sorry, James. I'm more quiet, so I didn't see your questions. Never had a bird, so I was scared and shaking, didn't know what I was going to do. I threw a teacher over the motor, put in a cage, I had a pineapple, only one. Oh, congratulations! Congratulations, James. Are you still there? Okay, these guys right here are going to be 5 weeks old on Monday. Their parents, I don't know if you saw them earlier, Tom and Gerry. They are 3 years old as of April 27th. years old, April 25th. She came to me separately from Tom and Gerry. Tom and Gerry I adopted together after I had lost Greg. It's okay, honey. But they will, and then I got her a year later from PetSmart because they were gonna put her down. She's missing a toe. I don't know if you can see it on this thing here. And people were like wary to try and like adopt her because they thought she was gonna be like special needs or gross them out. I don't know. But the local rescue wouldn't like take her on because PetSmart doesn't want to pay the fee, and it's like a $500 surrender fee so that they can take care of the parrot while they're waiting to find somebody. And there's only one rescue in town. We're not even talking capacity, just one rescue in town. The town here doesn't accept parrots or birds at all because of how high maintenance and these they are. They just put them straight up. But I got her a year later because she had been in like 8 different placements, but her final placement was here in my state for 6 months, and I went to go pick up new food for my babies, and she was still there in my house.
Good cat. Nope.
You answer today. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Ellen hasn't disappeared, and I was going to put it back. I don't know what. I know they're not in my stuff. Yeah, I just, I don't know who's using it. I don't know where it's going.
Yeah, and I don't even take it out of the box.
Yeah, so.
So that
Thinking you want to go bed?
so much I couldn't.
Sit, baby, let's go. You're not playing anymore. What's up, AJ? But to answer your question about the pineapple, if you were able to get a t-shirt over it, he's either sick, injured, extremely tired, or already tame. Unfortunately, you get some people who do release their birds into the wild because that they're not able to take care of them, and they think that's the quote more humane thing to do. But once you have a tame bird, even though you can never truly tame birds are very much truly a wild animal. I know like people say like cats can't be tamed, cats are the wild, this, that, and the other thing like that. If you've survived a cat, you still may not survive the needs of a bird. Their brains are very small and they're very goal oriented. Once the flip switches for something, like Gerry is, her switch flipped went to taking care of the babies once they hatched, but now that they are of an age that she considers to be independent, she has switched back to nesting. I'm over there, I don't know if you watched any of the stream earlier today, but she's over there foraging anything that she can find that she should not be eating, and just trying to bulk up. She ate through one of my shirts. Let me see if I can find it. before, I guess, there was like all that political scandal. I don't know, I kind of fell off when I went to law school. She did this today. That switch flipped and she decided she was nesting. So she ate this to get pieces off to go build a nest. Maybe I'll do like a nest tour one of these days after I get some of that stuff cleaned up and out. But they very much are wild animals. That switch flips and they, when they're in flight mode, they're in flight mode. When they're in fright mode, they're in fright mode. When they're in sleep mode, they're in sleep mode. The nice thing though is because their brains are kind of tiny and because they're goal oriented, once they are comfy, they can find a way to accomplish those goals with you or anyone. Conures tend to be one-person animals. They find the people that they like and they just stick to them like glue. I have been fortunate that because I got Tom and Gerry at a young age, and obviously I've had these guys from day one, that they don't have any problem being handed one person to another. Caroline, she was in that cage for so long, she did not even know how to fly. She became friendly because it became a necessity, because so many people were coming to her and just, basically invading her space to make sure that she had food and water and stuff. But, she kind of had a reputation for being mean and nasty and this and the other thing, but I honestly think it was just because she was so used to being invaded from her perspective that she wasn't sure if the food was going to stay or if it was going to come back or it was going to be food that she could eat. She didn't know if the way that she liked to bathe was going to be kept. But she came home and she was incredibly friendly. She will spend all of her time on my shoulder if I let her. Right now her nails are real long. I need to go take her in. They don't let me clip their nails. That's my fault because I didn't condition them from when they were young. I was so afraid of, at the time, of making a mistake because they like, cats and dogs have a quick in there. And I don't know if I can show you, I don't know if you can really see it on camera. Let me turn the flash on. But it's kind of hard to see, especially when they're dark nailed like that. Like you can kind of see it here. I'm working on having him be okay with being clipped, but it's definitely easier on the ones that have the light claws, because it's kind of a pink on white situation instead of a red on black situation. So if you don't have good close-up vision, it can be a bit of a challenge. And they don't know, so everything feels like a challenge to them. But my best advice to you is, if you're going to keep it, you need to decide what kind of bird he's going to be. So my guys are kind of wild in the sense that they have a whole room to themselves. That they, if I do the nest reveal, you'll see exactly what I mean. It only takes a couple months for them to just take over and be wild. If they're going to have a room to themselves, they're less likely to be bored, which means they're more likely to do less destructive things. But once that switch flips, like with Gerry, she was so determined to lay eggs, to lay living eggs this season. She laid over 20 so far. The last one was last week. And she got to the point that she was like, well, I'm not getting what I need from food, so I'm gonna eat the soil. And like
getting what I need from soil, so I'm gonna eat the drywall, because her brain was like, well, I know I need white things, because in the wild, white things are calcium, because, like in their little ancestral brains, they're looking for eggshells, they're looking for rocks, they're looking for, minerals. And so she would try to do that. I mean, she literally ate a hole into the drywall trying to get what she needed. I had pulled back on her diet trying to keep her from laying eggs. I kept the main three, which are calcium, vitamin A, and vitamin C, to make sure that she was still being safe and healthy. They need vitamin A the way we need vitamin C, and they need vitamin C to be able to absorb vitamin D. And of course, all of their food and everything has vitamin D in it, so I didn't pull back on that. But if you pull back on just a little bit of the food, they feel like they don't have the calories to do it. If you switch up their environment, they feel like things are a little too unsafe. If you there's a bunch of, like, and that, I'm kind of getting off topic. There's a bunch of things you can do to try to keep them from laying eggs. But that once that switch had flipped, and I had gotten sick at the beginning of the warm season here, she was bound and determined to do the wild thing in the wild place that I gave her. So she knew that the rest of the house she could just fly around in and be who she was, which is Mama Gerry. She did have 2 eggs. She had several eggs last season, 4 of which have survived. 2 of those who survived, and we kind of had a similar result this year. But she comes out here and she knows this is not her space. She knows that she can fly, she can land on the TV, she can eat food. She knows where the soil is, that she knows she's not supposed to eat it, so she waits till you're well distracted and she goes and sits there. But she's not distracted out here. She's not trying to eat the drywall. She's not trying to, eat through the leather on the couch or anything to nest. But once you pass the threshold into her space, that switch absolutely flips, and that goal of protecting her space, her whatever, is absolutely on. And Tommy is the same way. He knows that his job is to be the supportive parent. And he may not be laying the eggs, but he will give his life to make sure that those eggs are safe. And unfortunately, when I got sick at the beginning of the sick season this year, Tommy had at least one seizure that I was able to see. There was some miscommunication about who was taking care of the birds, and I don't think my family realized how sick I was. I was so sick that for 10 days I couldn't eat or drink, and I literally barely made it to the bathroom, and I really only had to do that like 2 or 3 times a day because I was so dehydrated and everything. But because of that, like on day 3, I had this feeling of like I need to go check on my birds because I don't think anybody has done anything about them. And I went in there and he was swerving around. He was just so loopy. Gerry was completely fine. He was giving his absolute life to make sure that she had what she needed to fulfill her goals. He knew he was a supportive parent and he was going to fulfill that role. And that's when I knew that switch had flipped, at least for him, because he had perceived that she was in that role. And even when I got better, I was not able to do any of the things that was able to shut that switch off. They started laying the first eggs shortly after my community post stopped earlier this year. I was like, uh-oh, cloacas, and I had every intention of posting, about parrot welfare and everything else like that, but it began a very heartbreaking time that at one point I didn't think Gerry was going to make it. She was laying so often, and she was getting so exhausted. I had a security camera in there trying to watch her, and she would give her last breath to just make sure it was out of her way. And there's 1 week for one period for 2 weeks, she did not come out of that drawer. She was 100% dependent on Tommy and Caroline to make sure that and that they fed her, and they were trying to make sure that she was okay. But I didn't see her for 2 weeks. I could not get into that drawer because I was getting attacked. But they will, okay, and all of this to say, that's how I got these guys. You don't have, if they're not young, it doesn't mean that you can't train them. It doesn't mean that they're not going to love you. Caroline was considered, a quote-unquote bad bird, which was part of the reason that they were going to put her down. But she's the sweetest I've ever had. And she's sweet in the way that these guys are sweet. And I've had them since day one, right? I've been handling them since day one. You need if you're not going to give them a room or the space to fly around again, and they do need to either fly, which means you can't clip their wings, or you need to give them daily exercise for their wings to flap, because it helps their cardiovascular system. If you don't do that, they on average die 5 to 7 years sooner, regardless of the diet, because in order to compensate for the lack of exercise, then you have to cut back on their nutrients, and that kind of becomes a very tricky balance. That it'd be like constantly living on an anorexic diet when you are intended to be a muscle builder, because most of parrot infrastructure is feathers. It's protein. And so if you are cutting back constantly because you're trying to compensate for a lack of muscle building, even though you're trying not to get them to, you're not intending for them to fly, the muscle is going to take priority over the feathers. The feathers are going to just kind of fall away, or they might pluck them in order to get more protein into their system. They might eat their own feathers in order to get what they need to survive. It becomes a very sad cycle. It's just, you can make a fun game out of it. When I first got Greg, he was clipped. I had asked them not him to get him clipped, but they clipped him anyway. So we would get out every day, and he would just flap his wings, and I would just swoosh him around, and he would flap. It was great. He was a great bird. I don't want to talk too much about him. But that being said, when you see my phone, you probably have like a question or something, and you interjected, and I didn't see it, but I don't know what I did with my phone. I got distracted. Okay. Yeah, they're 5 weeks. I'm not selling them. Yeah, that is definitely rude. I talk so long because I'm autistic, and this has definitely become one of my special interests. I did not know I was a bird person until I owned Greg. And now I have to work on coordinating myself to make sure I'm not talking to exhaustion, because I could talk about this literally all night and then be like, oh, it's 3 a.m. what happened? So I apologize. That's not how conversations work. They're supposed to be back and forth, right? You've had your bird 3 days. About how big is he? Do you have a scale, like a kitchen scale by chance? Okay, let me turn off the flash. I'm sorry, Professor Pilgrim. No. Okay, so tomorrow or tonight on Amazon, I would recommend for you to go to the store and get 3 things. A sweet potato, a kitchen scale that measures in grams, and it can be a manual one or an electronic one, irrelevant. If you have not picked up bird food, you can pick up like some seeds to help him get some weight on him because he probably has lost a little bit of weight. If you don't want to do bird food, you have to do what's called chop, and that's a mixture of vegetables. You should be doing chop theoretically, hypothetically, recommendedly every day. Now, if you have like a bird like an eclectus, you have to do chop every day. It's 100% of their diet. You can't get around it. They are incredibly fickle, and if you do not do it right, you are toast. Sorry, I'm taking my meds before I forget. But these guys they're survivors. They should be weighing between 65 grams on the low end, preferably about 70 grams. And when they're at 80 grams, that's considered dangerously overweight. I'm not gonna lie, they're very cute at 80 grams. But I've noticed, I think that is a survival thing, because when Gerry is 80 grams, she's about to lay eggs, and Tommy bulks up every breeding system. He looks handsome. He's like a cartoon bird. He's magnificent. I love him. But it's a dangerous weight to have to keep up, and part of the reason that they're doing it is because once these guys hatch, it's kind of like breastfeeding for people. It's intended that weight is going to die off, right? So for the females, it's because all that energy is going to go into laying those eggs and then feeding whoever survives. And for the males, it's going to go for protecting the nest and feeding whoever survives. It's a very, even though they have sexual dimorphism, they don't have gender dimorphism. They both will protect the nest. They will both make sure that these guys are going to make it to adulthood. The first clutch, the best mom that these guys had was Tommy. Gerry was, I want to say, afraid in some ways of being a mom. She just would pace back and forth for hours a day. And I had the security camera in there at the time. She would go just hours. You could hear her tick, 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 tick. And so all of her calories were literally just getting burned off that way. She would come out, she would eat, and on the way back, her way back behind the drawer, if one of the birds would catch her, she would like give them a little bit, but then she would crawl over the drawer and just pace. But Tommy was the only one feeding him, literally, until I had to take him, and he was freaking out because he didn't know what to do. This is not the jungle. He can't just go find a fruit or anything. I would keep what I could. I would keep what was safe for them to consume, because they would just consume everything. And if I do the nest reveal or the nest tour, you'll see like where they ate through a dresser. The first time, the second time for this year was just, oh my god, I don't even know how they're alive. But they have to digest it long enough for it to be milky enough for these guys to consume it, right? Because they can't digest anything, right? They're babies. Their stomachs, which are their crops. The way we have stomachs, they have crops. It's kind of like the cow first stomach, where they chew all the cud, they swallow it, and then they chew grass, they swallow it, it becomes cud, they chew it again, they swallow it, and it goes to that second stomach. the crop is kind of the same way, where they chew everything as much as they can chew because they just got the week. It goes in their crop, it digests for a while, and then the milk is what feeds them or their offspring or whoever it is that they're feeding, right? Like in the case of Caroline, she's feeding both Gerry and the kids. So, like, you know, when you're buying food for them, you have to be very conscious of what's going to go in there, because Tommy's very evident of what happens when you have a high sugar content day. He buried Fruit Loops over here in this corner so that I didn't see him, because he knew that I'm just looking for this on this side. I'm trying to make sure that the emotional support dogs are positioned. I wasn't thinking to look for Fruit Loops where the camera was, right? So I'm pulling it out, nothing's coming out. He ate Fruit Loops all day, and I don't know if you can see it on my eye. When I walked in today to go check on things, he bit me on my eyelid. Because again, they're back to the nesting. Even though they got kids they need to be taken care of, they're back to the nesting. The first clutch, they were feeding them basically undigested nuts, and I had to take them. If you see my videos from last year about sauerkraut, I had never had to deal with baby birds before. I had to take them to the vet, and it turns out they had sauerkraut because their crop doesn't move. Their crop can only hold milk at that, mostly until like week 4, and anything else is just going to basically become botulism, and they can't handle it. Once botulism sets in for birds, they're toast, because botulism moves too fast and they are way too little. Botulism enters the system, so you have to be very careful about washing vegetables and everything else like that, because botulism is a living organism, and which is why when you microwave botulism, you can kill the organism, but you can't kill the byproduct. And it's the same with these guys. But anyway, so they were feeding them undigested nuts, and that's what that weird texture was when I was pushing on the crops and everything. So what I had to do was I had to put in electrolytes and a very, very, very tiny amount of yogurt so that it would break down in the crops. And then I had to feed them the formula, which had the stuff to break down those nuts as well. And then I had to massage their crops to get, because it was gelatinous when I first did it, but by the time I could get them into the vet, it was basically a hard mass. It's kind of like if you took almond flour and got it wet and then just let it like clumped it up and left it to sit. And it was just like right on that cusp of, if any bacteria at all had gotten in there, they would have been toast. So getting the stuff that I did into them to break it up was what I needed to do to save them. And unfortunately, 2 did later pass away. These guys, I'm not sure what happened. They did have 2 older siblings that hatched independently. One a couple of weeks before and one a couple of weeks before that. But there must have been something wrong with them, because they basically hatched and got eaten right away. Gerry literally went after him. That was not something I recommend anybody see. Which is why I don't want her to nest anymore, because I don't think she's ready to do any more mamahood. I had to take these guys because even though they made it to a week without much intervention, they started doing the thing again where they were foraging things that I didn't know that they had packed away, and they were just shoving them basically raw into those crops, and they couldn't digest them. So I'd be up every hour on the hour ready to feed them at food that was between 110 and 115 degrees Fahrenheit. And then they made it. They're here. That's all that matters. They are here. Okay. How can you tell a boy or girl? You can only tell by a DNA test. I can kind of tell with Tommy and Gerry again because during the breeding season, I know what Gerry looks like when she's getting ready to lay eggs, but if I didn't know, I would think that she's basically the same as Tommy. Because she just kind of fluffs out and gets more horizontal, and he kind of gets bulked out and gets more vertical. But I have seen other conures where they fluff out and they're the male. The fluffing out may just be a black cap thing, and the bulking up may just be a pineapple thing. But you can only really tell by a DNA test, and the DNA tests for each of the parrots is unique. The one you use for an eclectus can't be used for a conure, can't be used for a budgie. There's a lot of subspecies of parrot. Green cheek conures are the smallest of the parrots, the largest of the parakeets. They're the last place where it kind of overlaps. So you have to have a special DNA test to check to see who's what. If you use other tests, it may be correct because they may have enough DNA of relation to whatever parrot species that they're adjacent to, so it's touching but it's not the same. But if you do like a parallel test, you literally have a 50-50 shot because the only thing you're checking at that point is if it's parrot, and it may come up as boy and they're girl. Like Caroline, she is built very much like Gerry. Gerry's the black cat, and she, during breeding season, she fluffs up. So we, honest to God, thought she was going to be another female. And this was after we were told all three of them were male, okay? So we were not prepared for eggs. We were not told that eggs were a possibility. We were told all of these guys were male. We just thought, it's just an innocent little thing. Birds are not prudish about mating. They do enjoy it. I can tell you from someone fortunate watching and hearing that they do climax during mating. So they do enjoy it. And I've seen both Tommy and Caroline mate with Gerry. I've never seen Tommy and Caroline mate, but I have heard from other people that I know in the parrot community that two males will mate because they just know it's mating season. It kind of breaks their heart when they don't have any eggs, so people will buy like fake eggs to put in a nest just to make them feel calmer. And going back to, they may have sexual dimorphism, but they don't have gender dimorphism. They will take turns laying on the nest to make sure that they are warm and comfortable and have the best chance of surviving. They will feed each other to make sure that each other have what they need. It's a very egalitarian situation. The only true difference is who's expected to stay on the nest and who's expected to get people, threats, not just people, but threats away from the nest. And that's, the males go out and do that first. But Gerry very much presented as male originally. She was the one that was like, hey, look at me. Let's go this way. You don't need to go over there. Check me out. Look how cute I am. Why don't we go get something to eat? She was the one who did that. And then Tommy would sit on the nest. It was not until we saw Gerry lay the eggs on the security camera, the later eggs, the first time, that we were like, what is happening? It blew our minds because she did all of the behaviors that are ascribed to males And it's kind of like when I don't know if we treated her differently after that, but Tommy definitely stepped up to the more quote-unquote male role of getting people away from the nest. But she definitely didn't step back from that role. Let me just say that. Once they knew that the eggs were going to be viable, they would just make sure that nobody was away from the nest long enough for anything bad to happen, and then they would take turns making sure that the threats were on. 10 months old. Your bird is 10 months. Okay. Maybe he looks the same as these guys. So if he looks the same as these guys, it's because he went through his first molt, which is not unusual. The first molt tends to happen in February, or when things start to heat up. The molt is kind of like their way of showing each other, look how beautiful I am. I got rid of all, I am so stacked on nutrients. I got rid of all my old feathers. Look at these growing back. Look how fast they are. Look at these old feathers. They're gorgeous. Look at these new feathers. They're gorgeous. We should talk. It's kind of like a part of the mating ritual. It's kind of cute. The great thing about condors, the amazing thing about condors, is they throw off the least amount of dust. So the dust that everybody complains about for parrots is the keratin sheath. Okay, I don't know if you can see it over here. That's what this guy is working on right now. But this little tube that's around the feather. Can I show James? Can I show James how beautiful you are? He's not going to have this much longer. Okay. So, if you see on his head, he's got all those fluffs out, right? That's his undercoat. Almost all of the parrots have this white undercoat. Even the black caps to some degree have white, but it's just gray instead of the black. Yeah, you're so snuggle. But these other colors that are, and they also have a keratin sheath, but it's because it's much smaller, it's much easier to release the feather. If you do not have another parrot, don't intend to get another parrot, you have to get comfortable with releasing that sheath. And when they're young like this, it's easy for them to learn to be comfortable with it. You just kind of take it, like for these small ones, you just kind of rub like this, and you don't have to put a lot of pressure on it, because remember, they're little, but it's basically just doing a little bit of damage to the sheath so that it just kind of falls off. And when you pet them like this over time, it'll just help it come out a bit. And you're trying to help me get my feathers out. You don't know that I don't have feathers yet. And then for these bigger ones, you just kind of take them in between your fingers, and you just kind of put just a very tiny amount of pressure. And yeah, I know it feels weird. I know, because you're used to mommy doing it. She's got massive precision. I don't got that precision. Just put a little bit of pressure. And it helps if you grow out your fingernails. I do not recommend, you will see people recommend, what do you call it, like tweezers or other implements. If it's anything at all that might pull the feather, do not do it. Even if you get those at-home kits that will accept blood, and they will tell you, oh, we'll just take off a little feather. No. Because people have the tendency to pull out a feather that is good, that they're got the keratin sheath. If it still has that keratin sheath, there's still a chance that there may be blood attached to it, and they could die. Now, a blood feather is one where it's completely sheathed up, it's still a little stunted, it looks plastic. but you can kind of see more on Tyson, like how this one is kind of, you can see that the feather has erupted. Once the little feathery parts have come out, most of the danger has passed, but not all the danger. And the more feather of it is out, the less danger there is. But again, not all the danger. Once all the feather is out, your danger is very low. But that doesn't mean that if they get pulled out, they won't bleed, especially when it's very close to a vein or an artery or something. That could be it. It happens very fast. Less than 2% of their body weight is blood. They're 70 grams. They are less than a box of paper clips or bag of paper clips from the dollar store. They're 70% of one of those bags without the bag. So 2 of those paper clips is how much blood they have in their entire body. And so if they lose one of those paper clips, it doesn't mean that they are toast, but it's going to make it very difficult. You got to get them to a vet. Best thing you can do is get some cornstarch on there, and so it'll hopefully stem the bleeding, but it happens just that fast. And if you're not comfortable with it, I can make a video if you like, see if I can try. But how this conversation started, going back to the best thing about conures, is that they have the least amount of dust. So if you have any kind of breathing problems, the only time you really have to worry is during the molting season, or like right now when they're brand new. Because like all of this dust on here, because I had just got them out a new one, right, is just from them releasing their feathers. You can see how little it is. It looks like a lot, but if I go, it's gone. Right, it's mostly gone. There ain't nothing to worry. So they do recommend, if you are a person who wants to have birds in their lives, conures are perfect for people who have breathing problems, because they're not going to have large amounts of feathers. They're not going to go through molting a lot unless you keep your house, their environment, very hot, and they have to go through the mating season more than once a year. Or they get bored, have some other condition where they start plucking, and so then they grow feathers more often throughout the year than they normally otherwise would. But other than that, so we're going to go through this year, and then we'll go through this in their first molt next year. If your little dude is looking like them, it's because he just got done with his molt, and maybe his owner freaked out. I have it in my mind that maybe I'm reading it wrong now. I left the cage door open so you can trust me today. So did you buy him, James? Or did you find him? Sorry. Okay, you bought him. Okay. And unfortunately, if you go to, whether you go to a breeder or to a store, they don't really do a good job. They kind of assume that you did every amount of research before you bought them, and they just kind of give you a good luck. I hope you do well. And a lot of the workers at like the pet stores really do hope you do well, but a lot of them are just not equipped to give you the information because they got other work to do. They give you that little pamphlet, but a lot of what I know is unfortunately from experience, or just hyper focusing on these guys. So I apologize about that. Do they bite to hurt you? They only bite to hurt you when they're not getting their way. And that's good or bad, right? Because one of the things I will caution you about is regardless of how old they are permanent toddlers. If you do not do good with the terrible twos, you will not do good with these birds, unless you get like one that's just kind of vibing with you, honestly. Um, that's not to say they don't love you. They will, they're kind of like cats and dogs in the same package. They will love you like cats, they train like dogs. But if you're gone for a few days, they're gonna give you the business. They'll ignore you a little bit. They'll pretend they don't know you. They'll they'll be a little bit more aggressive towards you because you left them, not the other way around. And it doesn't matter the reason. Like I got hospitalized for over a month earlier this year, or yeah, it was. No, it was last year. Oh my god, this time last year, which is how we got the first clutch. Obviously, it wasn't my fault, but they don't know that. They're birds, right? They're permanently between 2 and 5 years old. They never really grow outside of that range. Um, they just know that you left and you didn't come to see them, and you. So, eventually you will earn their forgiveness. You must earn their forgiveness because even if you are their person and they want to go to you, that really does permanently mar their trust for you. They'll bite you to teach you a lesson in that case. Um, like Tommy earlier bit me because I wasn't giving him what he wanted, which was space away from the nest. So cute, he's helping you. I'm gonna move the camera so you guys can see Tyson helping his little sibling here. I'm sorry for the noise. At just 5 weeks old, they've picked up, hey, we gotta help each other. I'm itchy, help me feel this itchy. You don't have to feed him. You don't have to feed him, sweetie. If you are hungry, let's get you some. I picked him up some Tyson size pellets earlier today while we were out and about. So that, because again, Tommy and Gerry are quote moved on. They'll feed them because technically they're kids, but they really are conserving their bodily energy to. I dropped it. Where did I drop it? To make more eggs, which tomorrow will be me trying to keep them from doing that. I've already caught them mating more than once. They've learned to get a lot quieter. But going back to if like Tommy earlier, I wasn't giving him the space he wanted, so he bit my eye to show me how serious he was about you need to get out my space. If you are the betrayer of treats and they know you got the treats and you won't give them the treats, they will bite you. When you are in the initial trust building stage, most of what they want is their space. So their cage is their space, outside the cage is your space, right? They know that you control the space outside. They need to know that they can control the space inside that cage. And the only way that they can enforce that, because they don't have human words, you don't have bird words, you don't have a history that helps you guys communicate, right? They will bite you because they need you to understand that this is their space. That's the only way that they're going to know how to communicate. The only way you keep that from being a way to communicate is if very early on you do not react. They will bite you harder and harder and harder every time. And the less that you react, I should say, and they will bite you until they get that reaction. So I'm kind of like on the fence. I've at times reacted to very small bites so that they won't bite me as severely when I have to do the things that I need to do. So like last year I had to step in on day 3 of the clutch because these guys on camera were clearly, you could see on camera, they were not doing well. These guys, day 7, I had to be in there. You know, I can't, I'm not the kind of person that can just let nature take its course. I, without getting too political, like I'm definitely a pro-choice person. But like these guys didn't ask to be here and everything else like that. And this is something I can help with, right? Um, they're not going to take up more space than I have already given the others. They're not going to go through food at a faster rate or anything like that. So, you know, I'm going to make sure that if they're going to be here against their will, it's a good time. Because parents absolutely have the option to not move forward in the process, and Gerry ate all but 4 of the eggs to resorb all of those nutrients. She had that option. I say all but 4, but then she laid an additional 6 after these guys. So all but 4, and then the 6 that I took away because I kept them in there. I didn't shake them or anything, but I think that I kept the temperature too low for them to be viable. But it's kind of important to have eggs in the nest to make them calm, to keep them from keeping to laying, which in Gerry's case doesn't necessarily work. But it did work with the last 6 for whatever reason, so I'm grateful for that. But she ate all of the other ones that she didn't think were going to make it, and then she ate 2 of them that she decided were not going to make it after they hatched. So, but biting is just the only form of communication. Violence is the only form of communication I think every species understands, and so they just it's an enforcement of boundaries. And it's important for you to learn to communicate with them in a safe way, because once you break their trust, they never forget that. Obviously, when they bite you harder and harder and harder, I mean, I don't know if you can see like the scars on my hands and stuff, but they look like age spots, but these are all places that I got bit. Like this one I got bit today. This one I got bit today. This one I got bit this morning. This one was yesterday. I get bit constantly because they are trying to enforce those boundaries. Before that, biting was very, very rare unless I had something they really, really wanted. And it's usually more of a nibble on my ear to be like, hey, I noticed you're here. I noticed I'm here. I noticed that's here. What if we just, gave that to me? So, biting can be anything from just a gentle tug to, hey, what if we go this way? To a full-on assault and battery. So and I do say assault because it sends a message. It's intended to send a message. I did hand feed these guys. I kind of said that earlier. Sorry, I'm kind of going in order of your questions, so I apologize if I'm re-answering some of the stuff. Hand feeding is where, for those who don't know, you give them formula, and let me go show you. I use the exact formula. Let me go grab it. you're still up. I know they're not letting you eat. I can see how skinny you're getting. Why don't you come down and have some vegetables?
Let's go.
Food. Oh, you baby. Do you want to show them how to eat vegetables? You eat those here a couple weeks on. And you can see how like immediately drawn to some of this stuff. They understand from a very primal standpoint what some of this is. Like, why don't I do this? I don't know why I brought it on it. I could have just brought that in. Okay, but we were talking about formula, and hand feeding is where you have to do formula. There's no way to milk a bird unless, you know, it's the last thing that bird is contributing to this mortal plane. So this is the one I bought from the rescue when I knew that Tom and Gerry were going to be trying to do a nest. And the reason I did that is because it has all of the nutrients that they need. So when I say I cut back on their food, but I didn't cut back on their nutrition, that's what I meant. I know this is a very calorie dense situation, but this is more of a let's get you bulked up and surviving than a long-term situation. This is kind of like the rescue formula is very similar, but it has more calories. But I wanted to make sure that once they start laying eggs that, you know, Gerry wasn't strict of her nutrients, because once birds lose calcium in their bones, they never get it back. There's no way to fix that. So you have to make sure you have enough calcium and magnesium in their system so that the calcium gets absorbed. You have to make sure there's enough vitamin C to make sure that the vitamin D gets taken up correctly. That kind of thing. I did have to feed these guys every hour on the hour for the 2 weeks that I had custody of him, I guess. I would give mom and dad the chance to feed them first thing in the morning, and I'd have to go in, and I got scars and stuff all over my neck and ears from when they would be like, how dare you take my kids? But then they wouldn't feed them, right? I'd be up all night feeding them, napping in between, because there's not really a lot of sleep that you can have between having to boil water, get it down to temperature, fight with these guys to get it in, get everything cleaned up, laid down before, you know, you have to do it again, right? And then I'd have to mostly do that during the daytime as well, because Tom and Gerry would do things like eat soil and try to give them soil. Or one time, I've only been away from these guys twice in their lives after I stepped in on that first week. One was to go to a 2-hour dinner with a friend, and mom and dad shoved them full of wire casings, and I wish that was a joke. And it was the wire casings to the humidifier, so I'm actually lucky that it wasn't the wires itself, but they literally shoved the wire casings for 3 feet of wire into these guys. I think I have that here to be fixed still. It wasn't all 3 feet, it just felt like that. But they took it out of the part that was in an external battery that was outside of the drawer. It was on, so they laid all their eggs in my drawer, right? And so on top of that drawer is like the wood that separates the drawer areas. And so I had the humidifier like here in the drawer,
then I had the external battery up here with most of the wire, right? So that the wire wouldn't be there. And the 2 hours I was gone, I decided, well, just gonna eat our way towards the humidifier, I guess. They had food, they had water, I gave them fresh vegetables before I left, or well, fresh. They're freshly out of the freezer because that's how they prefer it. And then, I don't know, wire casings is where they went with that for some reason. So after that, it's literally been they can't be with the babies without supervision. Um, and even when they did have supervision, like, I don't know if you can see it on Tyson's beak, but on this side he has it's smoother than on the other side. And like, let me see if I can zoom in on it. So like, it's really smooth on this side compared to this side. And it's probably easier to see from like right here. And I'm sorry about the camera. My niece broke the camera, so it's kind of fuzzy. But you can see it's smooth, and then it's a bump on this side, right? And then you can see that Dr. Pilgrim over here has a bump on this side. And if you can let me do it, no, it thinks it's in the landscape mode, so it's refusing to do it. Alright, it's refusing to show me if you can see it. But, I'm sorry. But Dr. Pilgrim has a bump on both sides, right? Gerry did the same thing to poor Tyson this year that she did to the clutch last year, which is where she bit off part of his beak. And that part will never grow back. It'll be one way that we'll be able to tell them apart from Gerry. But she just got very, very mean against Tyson for some reason. And so we had to even hand feed him during the day. But we basically did it to supplement what they weren't feeding him. But so we'd have to take Tom and Gerry out of the room. Caroline would do what she could, but she's kind of like the redheaded stepchild of the trio, even though Tommy watched her mate with Gerry. And it's possible that this is her kid, but she definitely has the darker colorings like Tommy. So it's not likely. She will take care of these guys. That's, her. She's decided she will take care of them, but they don't let her eat like directly. She's not allowed to eat out of the same bowl as Tommy during mating season, and so she definitely has to spend a lot of time with me out here to eat the things that she otherwise wouldn't have access to. So I make sure that she gets more treats and stuff to make sure that she doesn't. Hey, just girl. See, there's you're not giving me what I want, and what I want is to bury this, and she will do that. She has to do that. She will hide food to make sure that she has it for later, because otherwise, any food that's obvious, the other two will just take. They'll just assume that she prepped it for them. And we still call her a she, even though we're 99% positive that she's male since she mated with Gerry. And because Tommy really, really hates her, but she's still very female presenting in how she takes care of the babies, and she laid on all of those eggs. All 20 plus of those eggs she was the one that got tapped in when Gerry tapped out. So she very much is quote female presenting in a lot of her behaviors of when you read like books and websites or whatever. But
So what she couldn't do for them, and when Tom and Gerry were acting inappropriate, we did hand feed them. We weren't able to like hold them in the hand and fed them because I don't know if you've ever tried to do it. They go gawk, 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 and they just kind of vibrate away. And if you hold them too harshly when they're doing it, you can actually I mean, remember they're babies, right? They're in development. This is the time that they're getting all the strength in their bones and everything. But if you are definitely a more cautious person and you grip them just a little bit too tight because you don't want them to fall, you could break something and it could destroy their ability to fly. If that stuff doesn't get set within the first couple of hours and it's set correctly, they may never be able to do what they need to do. And if you break like a leg bone or something, it could impact how blood is made in their body and how it circulates. Ours, we had last year, one of the babies didn't survive because while we were hand feeding him, Tommy tried to take off with him. He was only 4 days old, little Roby. I tried to catch him. I caught him too hard. And so the skull was instantly crushed, and I watched him pass away in less than 30 seconds because he has no strength in his body. So I definitely don't recommend that you hold him in your hand if you're tend to be a really cautious person who's trying to just react quickly and everything. If you are not able to take a step back and take a breath before you act, especially in those moments of crisis, it can be a very sad moment for everyone and a very dangerous moment for everyone. Okay, so what are they, okay, what are they preening? Where are the other two? Oh, the other two are in bed because Gerry was eating soil and I wouldn't let her eat soil, so Tommy was biting me because I wasn't giving her space. The other two hatchlings didn't make it. Those ones you're talking about. Because Gerry ate them the same day that they hatched. Like, one of them was moving alive. When I saw him, I actually got to watch her do the horrible thing. I don't know what happened. I don't know if maybe on his way out he got cut by the eggshell, or there was a deformity that she just inherently knew, or she just decided she didn't like him. But he was definitely moving when she went in on him, which then prompted the other two to help. And it took less than 5 minutes for them to dispose of him, as it were. If you did not know what you were looking for or at, you would not have known he was there. And the other one, I had opened the drawer during those initial 5 minutes. I didn't see him move or anything like that. And again, if you didn't know what you were looking for, you didn't know what it was. With Tom and Gerry, the parents tonight, right now, got put away because Gerry won't stop eating soil because she wants to build another nest and need her to stop laying eggs. There's something in the soil that she feels is very vital to her egg development. But it's very dangerous for them to eat soil because there's a lot of mold and bacteria and stuff that's in soil that helps plants thrive. And that it can be very dangerous to birds. It can lead to sour crop, especially if it gets past the way these two parents have done historically with these kids, or any of their kids, very quickly, and it doesn't get digested into the milk. It could be, and if these guys' crops go sour, and you have 48 hours, either 48 hours left with them, watching them suffer, or 48 hours of very intense treatment, trying to get, you got to get them to a vet that knows how to get their crops emptied out without touching the sides of the crop or vacuuming it up. They empty the crop out. It also coming up and getting into the lungs or up and into the stomach where it will turn into botulism. And when they are this size, you can kind of see with Tyson, the size of his crop. It's not super full right now. It's about this big and about this tall, and it can get out to be about here. It's about the size of a quarter. 50-cent piece. That gets about as thick as a peanut when it's extremely and uncomfortably full. And it will get extremely uncomfortably full once it goes sour and starts to have infections set in. So even if that's a choice she's making for her, I have to be conscious of the fact that plants thrive in ecosystems that have bacteria and molds and stuff in the roots that will break down the stuff into nutrients so that plants can get the food to live, right? That is not good in living organisms that have a two-step digestive process. What they preen, they are currently, and I kind of answered this earlier, they're preening off all of the keratin that's holding their feathers in a little prison, and it's the same keratin that's in our hair. Yes, why are you biting? What is it? Why are you biting? Did you eat your corn when you go to bed? You want to go to bed? You have any attention? What do you want? You want to see babies? You want to see babies? No? Okay, you don't want me to touch. Okay. You don't want them to touch. Sorry. Caroline wanted my attention, but she's not using her bird words to tell me why. Oh, is it because I got this for you too, Tyson? I say Tyson, not that one. I say Tyson because they've kind of left him for dead. They've decided if he can't fend for himself, he's on his own. And then, so I stopped and got some stuff that was at PetSmart. It's incredibly tiny. Normally you wouldn't feed them anything this small. You don't want to feed birds anything too small, not because they'll choke, but because it doesn't give them enough exercise for their beak. It can lead to boredom, it can lead to disinterest in their food, so they'll refuse to eat. And birds, they make wiggles in their food. So you've got to constantly check the food. You definitely want to take, speaking of mold and everything else, you want to definitely take out anything wet from the dry and anything that it touches, because if it molds or mildews, it'll again get into the crop and be done. So anything that clumps up like this, it has to drop. But they're preening because they're uncomfortable. It's incredibly itchy. Excuse me, what are you doing? Are we confused? What are we doing? He's brand new. What do you expect to happen? You need to know. No. So for anybody who doesn't know, Caroline just tried to make mating with poor little Tyson. You should be scared. It's entirely possible that it was innocent and she was just trying to sit on him and letting me know that, this is hers. But from past experience with her, I know exactly what that was. And while it would not be necessarily dangerous for it to happen, that's not something we want to encourage. But again, we've had an incredibly long and prolonged mating season here because it got warm so early here, and poor Caroline has not had any surviving offspring. Those last 6 eggs, we assume were hers because I didn't see her for 3 weeks. I literally, when I would go into the room, she would disappear into the back of the drawer to hide from me because she did not want me to remove her from the eggs. If I opened the drawer to look at the eggs, she would dart out and just try to bite me. But she did not come out for food. She did not come out for water. She would not let me give her anything. I would had to put everything in great abundance on top of the dresser. Because remember, the only place you can eat when you're nesting is directly above the nest, apparently. It's slash sarcasm. But I had to be mindful that, because it's mating season and she's not allowed to eat anywhere that Tommy is, I had to put enough that Tommy wasn't going to eat it all and she would have something to eat. So then when Gerry went down into the eggs so that she could eat, because Gerry doesn't feed the other two. The other two always feed Gerry. I don't have any footage of Gerry feeding anyone except the babies. And that's kind of like an if she wants to situation. But yeah, her drive to have offspring is very high right now. She had those 6 eggs. None of them survived. The last one was last week. And I even brought it out here so that it would be at the right temperatures and protected and everything like that. Because Gerry was like, she laid it and she was out. She literally threw it deuces, went back to vest, which is not nest, and left it to Caroline. Caroline sat on for the first 36 hours the way she was supposed to. And then I found it and she wouldn't touch it after. She wouldn't touch it for like several hours after that, which is not normal, especially if you think you're trying to get it to viable. So then I brought it out, but it unfortunately didn't make it, probably because it doesn't take much vibration or shaking to basically abort it. If you take out a feather, could they die? Yes, and I think I answered that earlier, but just to be clear, like we see blood in a bird, it could be very dangerous. It's like if you cut the nail too thin and you hit the quick, they won't necessarily bleed to death if you do the quick, but infection gets set in very fast. Conures are always on their feet. So like even now, even when these guys are sleeping, you can see that their feet are fully out. Their feet are always touching something. They're never off their feet. Other species of birds can and will sleep on their backs. And sorry, I need to wake you up, Dr. Pilgrim. I'm sorry. They can and will sleep on their backs, especially if they're hurt. But conures are very, very prone to bumblebee because they're never off their feet. So you have to keep their environments very clean. You have to keep them very dry, and you have to be very careful when you're getting them groomed, essentially. Feathers that are very close to veins and everything, again, are at much greater risk of causing... What are we doing? No, we don't mate with babies. They're babies. Don't. Don't dance at me. Do not dance at me, ma'am. I'm gonna go put her away real quick before she tries to splooge on one of these guys. Be right back.
Soleil is my oldest currently. Okay, now that we've taken Galante away from trying to mate with the babies, I don't know if you're still here, James. I'm so sorry. I'm going through your questions so slowly. If you take a feather out, they could die. I think you asked that while I was answering the other questions. But yeah, there's a high chance that you could do some damage. The younger the feather, the more likely it is to bleed, especially if it's a blood feather, because then it's literally just a blood vessel that's going up and depositing keratin. So it kind of like, I don't know, that's not like a good image. So like a blood feather kind of goes up like this, right? And it's just a blood vessel that goes up like that, deposits keratin, and it just kind of retreats. It's kind of like it makes a wound that it heals on its own in a very strange way. Or at least that's how it was explained to me to think about in those terms. So blood feathers will, I mean, you pluck one of those, they pluck one of those. They know very instinctively not to touch that. They'll work all the way around it. And I've seen Tommy, Gerry, Caroline, even the babies when they're doing it, work all the way around blood feathers. They know very instinctively not to touch them. And when you see them, you know, because they don't look right. They look like bad feathers. But just because it looks like a bad feather, don't touch it. Unless that feather looks like it's rotting or something like that, it will fall out on its own. Their bodies know when it's time to let it go, and they will let it go. Bird ate melon, I think, no grapes. Grapes are, okay, melon is super great, especially watermelon, because it's sweet, but it's very high in water. Fruit is kind of, should be treated more like a treat for them, because it's very high in sugar. And one of these days I'll do a video of Tommy before and after grapes, because he's definitely I don't know how old you are, but if you are old enough, you know what I'm talking about. If you're not old enough, Google, this is your brain on drugs, egg commercial. That's Tommy on grapes for any kind of sugar. You can see the moment he short circuits. Gerry kind of like, she gets this very satisfied, cockeyed look. She looks like a cartoon bird. It's very much relaxed. He looks like a cartoon bird that's about to go on a rampage. I love them, I really do, but I really should not be doing that to them. I have a hard time saying no to them because, again, they didn't ask to be here, but I want to make their lives as good as I can, as fun as I can, as best as I can, because it's not their fault that they were born, but it is my fault that they are here, and I want to be in charge of all the good things that I can be. I have to say no to certain things, like eating the soil, even though it brings you comfort, eating the dog food, because Jesus Christ, did they love dog food. But they only like to eat the dog food after the dogs have eaten it, and dog mouths are incredibly disgusting. So then I have to let them, like, I have to give them at least a few hours between when they feed off dog food and then they try to feed these guys, because I need all that gulp that they picked up from the dog mouths gone before they've deposited in these poor kids. So you haven't bought veggies yet.
fur babies. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Sabyasachi. I was answering James and I was answering him very slow. I am so sorry. I don't know if you're still here, but I apologize. And then Ryan, I am also, I don't know when you said yours, but hello, my babies. And I feel so bad because at one point I had 57 people, and I think the conversation took a very dark turn, and I took too long and kind of scared off a lot of people. I apologize. If anybody has any questions, I am fully caught up on the chat now. And of course, I don't have to talk. I'm only going to talk if there's something that people are asking. This is supposed to be a sleepover. Are you guys actually? Okay, this is going to sound corny for the 5 of you remaining, but I like to read them a bedtime stories, so please try not to make fun of me. Because they are babies and they do make you enjoy bedtime stories. Okay, so let's go ahead and put your nice warm Christmas lights. These are LEDs, so they don't get too warm. I know better not than to come from above. I am so sorry. Helps keep their little space warm. Yeah, honey's hi. Do you wanna do stories in the hood today? Or do you want your emotional support dogs? Don't you want your support babies? Here you go. Right. I kind of got a slope going on over here. I don't know what I did. I'm gonna take out your fruits. Let me see if I can get this to be more flat. Nice and flat. Hey, honey. No biting, no fighting. No biting, no fighting. Just because you're 1 day older doesn't mean anything, baby. You're Furby twins. Wait. It's like Irish twins. Bird. Like, bird ontology time. nibblesing because you're hungry, or are you nibblesing because you're tired? It's hard to tell with you sometimes. Usually the same hand. So let's check. Tyson is nibblesing because he's hungry. Gotcha. You are nibblesing because you are tired. Okay. Let's turn down the lights. Okay, no. Let's lights are going down. Okay. And put your emotional support dog in. And I know that it sounds like I'm making fun of people with emotional support dogs, but like this dog kind of raised them in some ways. Like they need this dog. And you guys are my emotional support birds. How am I to clown on anyone who needs somebody to help them be comfortable? I've learned more about people through you than I will ever learn about people on my own. And that's a genuine fact because I got the autism, and it wasn't until after I got these guys that I started talking to people about them, and I realized a lot of how I felt. Everything was very similar to how birds were. So I realized that I didn't translate or understand people the way that these guys did. These guys are kind of my emotional, or not my, well, they're my emotion support animals, but they are my, they're my autism translators. I realize how stupid that sounds, so I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound like someone who's denigrates or anything like that. So I just wanted to explain that. I apologize.
Yeah, I am so sorry, James. And I realized I got to a point where I was just like repeating myself because I was answering your questions, but I think it was because you were asking questions about answers I was already giving you, and I'm so sorry. But TLDR, uh, sweet potato, kitchen scale, the does grams, and you want some, and I would recommend like some frozen vegetables. I just got to the end of your questions. Oh no, you're good. You're totally fine. I get very hyper focused. I can't be upset with anybody for not sharing my incredibly deep rabbit hole tangents about everything about these guys. How dare you? It's kind of like a fire hose of information when what you need is a drink of water. I'm just kind of getting them ready to scale down. Get so much lens flare off of this stuff. But otherwise, you guys can't see them. And this also helps keep them warm, so I like to have these, but they're not so hot that they get burned. Sweet potato is incredibly rich in the vitamins and minerals that they need, especially A. And when they're stressed out, they go through vitamin A very quickly. So make sure it is fully cooked. You want to be able to at least mash it with a fork without having to do any work. It cannot be tough in any way unless you overcook it and it's getting on the burnt side. Because it has what's called soybean in it. Both regular potatoes and sweet potatoes have it. It's incredibly dangerous. So I keep Tommy and Gerry separate from the babies. Right now they are in vest, which is good because they're not in nest. Because if they're in nest, they are trying to lay eggs. What did you get to drink? You gave mine. What's no?
stops when they stop. Theoretically, it should stop when they realize that they have enough in their clutch. Sorry, I was reading a new one. When they realize that they have enough in their clutch, they are supposed to just instinctually know when to stop. And last year, that totally happened. She laid 6 eggs while I was in the hospital, and she sat on them while I was gone. Or, well, Tommy sat on them while I was gone. I'm assuming based on what happened this year. They hatched and she didn't lay any more eggs. This year, the egg laying season got started very early because it got warm very early. And like it's messed with her brain because late April, early May is when they're supposed to start laying eggs for where I'm at. It's supposed to conclude by like the end of May, early June. And which is what happened last year. She was perfectly on time according to all the guides I read about temperature and everything like that. But I guess now that it's reliably getting warm again, they're going at it again, even though technically they'd be late in the season because now it would end in late June. So I'm afraid again to do anything nutritionally because I think that I'm asking for trouble at that point. Because I already did that the first part of the season and she laid over 20 eggs and I'm sure she did permanent damage to her system. So I'm just gonna let her have whatever she wants and make sure she has all the nutrients that she needs, and then hopefully either none of them get fertilized because they don't have to be fertilized. They don't even have to mate to lay eggs. But she is determined to lay those eggs because she is determined to mate. So long as she is willing and receptive to mate, the hormones are like, we gotta start producing eggs. And you'll see conures that are completely on their own laying eggs. But it's usually a short season. They lay, between 1 and 6 eggs. And they're just kind of done. Nothing happens. They move on with their lives. I think they do get a little bit sad. Like Caroline is a bit sad that none of her eggs were fertilized. But you only have a 1 in 100 chance of any mating to be fertilized. So these guys are 1 in the 10,000 because, well, actually one. I'd have to write down the number. So 100 for the first one, second one, third one, fourth one. So 1 in a 100 million chance that this many were fertile in one go. Now, did they mate 100 million times? No, it just felt that way. Oh, millet. Oh my god, dude, they love millet. Okay. Fun hack. Unless it's cooked millet, and even sometimes when it is cooked millet, millet can still germinate. Millet is super easy to grow, and it is so easy to grow. Let me show you something. It is such an easy thing to grow that it wants to grow real bad. It is growing through, it was growing through this towel that I keep on top of here to keep Gerry from eating the soil because the millet seed was included in this seed pack. And all of the ones that they discarded over here are growing into millet. And millet that we have thrown outside into the lawn over the winter for birds, the wild birds, is growing. We have not watered that lawn. So if you want to grow your own millet, just throw it somewhere where you got some kind of soil, water it every once in a while, try not to tamp on it. You'll have a free seed mill. Now, one of the things I will warn you though is that it's very high in fat and it's not super nutrient dense, and it can make hormonal cycles start running. Ooh, Mountain Dew is so good though. Tom and Gerry and Helen do have a cage, but they do not like it. When we got them the cage, when we first got it, they spent a lot of time in it because I was working 2 full-time jobs that were sometimes overtime required. I was working more than 8 hours a week most weeks, and that went on for 3 months. And then I got really, really sick. I got tuberculosis. It turns out, fun fact, you can't survive tuberculosis. And none of you have it. That being said, so I was really, really sick. And this was the first year I had them. And it's a beautiful flight cage. I'd show you, but it's kind of buried behind some boxes right now because I'm in the process of getting ready to move. It's a beautiful flight cage. They can't truly fly, but they can flip back and forth at least enough to keep the cardiovascular system going. And they call it a flight cage because technically they can flip back and forth. I still like them, but they felt very trapped in there. Especially when I was sick because I would literally just open the little door, push food and water in, and I would close it, and I would just pass out the rest of the day. And then so I had to quit one of my jobs. Well, I had to quit, but I was fired from the job because I physically couldn't get there with as sick as I was. Which then opened the opportunity for me to get promoted at the other job. And so then I was working an incredible amount of hours at that job. And then, so they were basically trapped in that cage anyway. I finally was just like, listen, if I'm not going to be here enough to make sure that they can exercise, I'm just going to let them out. I got some wood beams and stuff for them to fly onto, to chew on, put some branches up on the walls and stuff. And I just gave them free range of the room. So this would have been about when they were a year old. And they've just been so much happier and healthier since. I wouldn't change that. I would change, however, if I could. Not that I could have done much about having to work the 2 jobs at the time I did. I would have tried to have someone else help me so that they were in and out of the cage, and then once I released them from the cage, doing better about getting them in and out. They used to sleep in the cage, but one day my mom had washed my Walmart kid. That was one of the jobs that I was working overtime, and hung it on the back of my door, and Gerry was like, oh, I think I could live here. And that's where they have slept since. So for the last 2 years, that's been where they sleep. That's bed. They have best and they have best. The 6th didn't hatch, which thank God. Caroline is a male. We thought she was a female because she was very female presenting in her behaviors. And she, like I said, the sweetest bird. They gave me this whole spiel about how she was dangerous and mean and blah blah blah. That's part of the reason that we're gonna put her down. Because the toe, nobody wanted to buy her, and then she was mean to staff. It's time to trust you, to know you, to love you, and they have a rotating staff that just, but when she came out that cage and she came into our home, she's never left. The only time she's mean was when she really, 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 really wants something and she's not getting her way about it. So, but she did all the female presenting behaviors. We thought she was laying some of the eggs last year, but we caught Gerry on camera laying the eggs. And then we caught her meeting with Gerry on one occasion, and then they would lay eggs after that. So, but she is very adamant about sitting on the eggs. She's very adamant about making sure the babies are fed. Again, allegedly what the females do, but in my experience, these guys are very egalitarian, and I think we're just ascribing general roles to them based on what you see. A male can't lay eggs, but they will sit on the eggs to keep them warm, to make sure that they are healthy. But it feels mean to change her name now that we know that she's male. And really it's because her name is Sweet Caroline, like the song. Sweet Caroline, bum, bum, bum. And that's her song, and she knows it's her song. It would just be very mean to change her name, So she's Sweet Caroline. And, because she, that quote, she is female presenting, according to what the vets would tell you her behaviors are like. Caroline seems appropriate. We let her choose who she is, and she's okay with it. She doesn't lay, but again, she doesn't lay eggs herself. She mates with Gerry, and then Gerry lays the eggs. Because if she is female and she's not laying eggs, that can be a dangerous situation as well. And if she's just mating with Gerry and Gerry is laying eggs because she's expecting them to be fertile, that's a whole different situation. But we've never, with all the security cam footage and stuff, caught Caroline laying any eggs. is predominantly nitrogen. Oxygen is a very small portion of what's in the air. And so for birds to be able to keep moving and get oxygenation into their blood, he has to be able to catch oxygen very quickly. So their lungs are built to be very efficient to uptake whatever it is very quickly. Things that are not nitrogen, right? And one of the things that are not nitrogen are a lot of the what do we call them? There's a term for it. VOCs, volatile organic compounds. And when those volatile organic compounds, as volatile organic life interacts with it very easily, including people, are those Teflon fumes. Normally, if you have an unscratched, unmarred, perfect condition, non-stick, whatever, as long as it doesn't go over 400 degrees Fahrenheit, it's fine. But the first time it gets scratched, it only needs to be heated to 50 degrees before it starts releasing fumes. And the hotter it gets, the more fumes it releases. I didn't know that. Poor Greg, one time I had pulled something out of the oven and I put in, as I normally did, I put the pan on the hot pan on top of a stove pan that was off, so it would cool off faster, and that was enough to heat the pan underneath and release enough fumes that he had to go to bed immediately. He spent 4 days in oxygen treatment, just to help clear out all of those compounds from his lungs. That's how quickly, it was less than 2 minutes that it took. It took 4 days to clear out those compounds from his lungs. But they also do talk to themselves at night when they're sleeping. And it might sound like sneezing. It's just, they like to make noises at night. It's just a communication thing. And they'll just, even if there's nobody around, they know you're around. So if they're making noises, they make noises back because they're afraid of smells. So just hear them chit-chatting at night, just kind of, okay, bud. If it's scratching Pa's face, he may also be, if he might have something in his nostrils, especially if you got them from a store. They're very prone to getting upper respiratory infections and stuff. And because of the stuff that they use for birds to be in, to soak up all the bird poop to make it really nice looking, the oils and stuff can really have an adverse effect on their, not just their lungs, but their nostrils. If they're in there, it can burn, and it takes a long time to heal. And there's nothing you can do unless it burned it and it's like bleeding, and they can give you antibiotics, but really, unless your vet is going to give you something like gabapentin to kind of calm the nerve pain, not much you can do. Any kind of oils, vape, anything like that can be very smoking, very irritating to them. You gotta be careful around the 4th of July. But it could also be doing that at night just because they may be snoring. And that has a vibrating effect, and it's not very pleasant to them. But they do snore, and it's kind of cute. Do they talk? They can't. Conures absolutely can't talk. It takes a lot of practice, a lot of dedication. You've got to practice it with them every day, and you have to be very, very careful to reward anything that sounds like talking and get them to move towards that word that you're looking for. It is possible, but they're not talkers by nature. They do, however, mimic a lot of sounds, and so like for mine, they mimic a lot of intonation. So it's I love you, because I go I love you, you just kind of have to grasp onto, and, like, if you notice that they are aggressive when they make a certain sound, you have to, like, use aggressive words and language and posturing and everything to grasp on to let them know that you understand that that's aggression. Or if they're doing a happy sound, make sure of like, like, and just say something happy. And that way you can build your communication language. And every conure is different about how they feel about most sounds. But generally speaking, drumming is a very happy thing. If you Google alarm sounds, they all have the same alarm sound, and vibe and everything. But they don't all have the same, like, warning, I'm about to bite you, or warning, I'm sad, kind of sounds. And sadness really comes down to looking sick. And if they're sad, they can X themselves off in less than 48 hours. They'll refuse to eat, they'll refuse to drink, and that'll be it. But the sound that they make when they do talk, it sounds like a scratchy Victrola, and it's really creepy. It's really creepy. Tommy does say a few words, and I'm not sure. Well, maybe this is just biased that it's creepy. But he can say thank you. He can say I love you. He can make perfect hissing sounds. He has a couple of other ones, but he only like says them at 3 a.m. and it's super creepy. Because I'll wake him up. Sometimes I'll wake them up by accident. I like to change out their water and food at night when they're sleeping. That way it's still fresh for them in the morning when they first get up. And then I don't first wake them up, and since they're in the vest, they don't see the sun, and I don't have to deal with the, hey, it's the sun call. And that way I could sleep with too. But if I do it all at night and everything, when I'm up late already, I get to sleep in, they get to sleep in, we're all doing good. Every once in a while, I'll accidentally trip on something, and then he'll start talking to me, and he's, I mean, I don't think he does it to be weird. I don't think he does it to be mean, and I don't know if he really goes through anything, but sometimes I wonder, like, did something, because I didn't work with him to speak. I Googled what it sounded like, and I was like, nah, I'm good with that. I don't hear him ever say a word. You can just keep mimicking my sounds. But he will look me dead in the eyes coming out of that vest and just say shit. And it's like, oh. I shut that light off and I move on. He doesn't talk a lot, just when I wake him up and like, it's sneezing. Oh yeah, Gerry sneezes a lot when she's tired. And he may not be used, they will also scratch their beak in frustration. Every conure I've ever seen will scratch their beak in frustration, kind of like how people will scratch the back of their head or like their arms and stuff. But every conure I've seen and met in my life where someone says the big thing may be just frustration. They can't talk to you, they can't communicate, they don't understand what you're saying. They're trying to tell you something, but you're not catching on to it, that kind of thing. It's just, or you took away their treat, and just, why did you take my treat? Like, that kind of thing. But that very much could be it, too. Or if you're keeping them up late, if, like, you keep flipping the switch on, and they can see the light, they're frustrated because it's clearly not morning. Every other indicator is that it's not morning, but they're up, and they just want this. It could be just a frustration thing. Yes, Greg was super smart, and he would wave, and he would talk, or quote, would talk back to me. He was the light of my life. I miss him already. But they can learn up to like 12 tricks on average. But it is something that you have to work with them, especially if you don't have another word for them to like play with, you need to be spending a minimum of an hour a day working on something with them. It doesn't have to be tricks, but it does need to be solid them interaction, because otherwise they can get bored, and when they get bored, they get babies, or they pluck because they get frustrated. They can get sick, they can lose interest in life, and they can just get real sad and self-expire. And he may very well have, you very well have repeated. So if he's 10 months, he may have had somebody who was working with him to speak. And he may have been recording it, and it is very low, and it can sound like a scratchy controller, and it is super pretty. But it really just depends on what you want. If you want him to talk, there's the Parrot lizard. He has several conures, and one of them does speak, and he does talk about how he got his to talk, but it is a lot of work. It is, several months to a year to the first word, and then it could be several months to get to the second word, and then I think it does kind of speed up after that. I think he said, because then they start catching on to the types of sounds that you're working on. But unless you're somebody who likes to repeat themselves a lot, to be like thank you, and see what they do, and then thank you, and see what they do, just for the whole hour of the day, you may not want to put the work into it. It can be a lot of work, and that's why I didn't do it, other than it being creepy. But apparently there's a way you can make it not creepy, but it is even more work on top of that. And with Tom and Gerry being so bonded, basically Tommy's the only one that knows tricks, and Jerry's only trick is making sure that Tommy does tricks so that she can eat whatever treat he gets. She will take it straight out his mouth. So it was very hard to try and train them. And then of course when I had to work as much as I did, we kind of lost momentum for all of that. But I'm hoping when I get to where I'm moving next, I'm not going to have to work as much and everything else like that. So we'll have time to train again. Yeah, and the only way you can make him do it better is repetition, but you have to reward him when he first does it at all, no matter how bad it is. It's like, again, perpetual toddlers. They may only get part of the word, but you have to be very praiseful, and they have to understand that you aren't making fun of them, that you aren't angry, that it is genuine praise, and that you're happy. And then you have to keep praising them, and you have to keep building on it, and so if what you want them to say is thank you, and they say they, you have to reward they, and then you have to be like thank you, or just think, and then slowly but surely they'll work on getting it there. But their vocal cords are not built like the Indian ringneck, for example, or the big ones like the African greys and stuff like that. Their vocal cords are not built that way. They're very tiny. Remember, small as the parrots, large as the parakeets. So like, make them pancakes, and bring bird brigade. The reason that's kind of the upper range of which you can get your guy to sound like. But it's going to take some dedication because their vocal cords are not as large, they're not as pronounced, and they're larger compared to their sound set. They can make an incredible range of noise, but they were not intended to mimic human type speech. Oh, he would look me in the eye. Sorry, I'm trying to be quiet because they're down now. um, I apologize. He will come out of vest, look me straight in the eyes, say his creepy words, and it just feels like he learned those words from the ghost that lives on that side of the house. And because they're not, like, again, I don't work on speech with them. I heard what they would sound like, and I did not want, I don't want to live in that house, but he even says that stuff at like 3 a.m. It was super dark, everybody else is asleep, and like I accidentally woke him up. He doesn't say anything. He does not talk. But I trip on something at night, I wake him up, and he comes out of vest. He will look me dead in the eyes and say creepy words, and then I will turn off the light and then wish him good night and get out of there. They have very bad night vision, incredibly bad night vision. Um, so in terms of Parrot vision overall, including contours, they have incredibly high resolution, very low frame rate. ISO through the roof. Speed 0. If they are mid-flight and the light turns off, ask me how I know this, they freak out because they can't figure out where they're going. They will try their best to keep flying straight, but they don't know where they are in space. I don't know if you've seen that video where like the plane knows where it is because it knows where it's not, and it kind of repeats, it's saying that in like a few different ways, but essentially like it's going through space, a space, and it has measured how far it is from this area, so it knows it's not there, and it's measured how far it is away from this area, so it knows it's not there. So it kind of knows after a few calculations where it is because it knows where it's not, and birds are very much that way. Now, the bigger the parrot, the more information, the smarter they are. But that's why African Greys can learn 50, 60, 100 tricks and hold on to that. They can hold on to words, they can hold on to word meanings, separate and outside those tricks. But conures are not like that. And I think some people get disappointed because of that. Because they don't talk like an Indian ringneck or an African Grey. Gerry can tell you the difference between colors because she's trying to get Tommy to learn the difference between colors because she gets very frustrated when he doesn't do the trick so that she can get the treat. But not all conures are like that. Tommy's living proof. He doesn't know the difference between blue and green. He will just pick at random until he gets the one that gets him a treat. I tried forever to get him to do red, blue, green, just primary colors, and Gerry would pick him when he would do the wrong one and never learned it. But in terms of vision, the lower the light, at some point Gerry can't even tell you what color it is. And so when I'm ready for them to go to bed, I have to take them to the room, I have to turn off the light, and then that signals to them that it's bedtime, and they will panic and try to get to wherever they're trying to sleep, which also tells me where they are at in the mating cycle, because if they're not trying to go to nest, they're trying to go to, if they're not trying to go to vest, they're trying to go to nest. And if they're trying to go to nest, it's because they're anticipating having an egg that night or very soon thereafter, or there's already an egg in there. And she's done that to me before, where she's like, last year, she laid that egg before I went to that first egg before I went to the hospital, and I couldn't find it. And then the last egg to hatch hatched in between some clothing, so she didn't even know it hatched. She forgot that she had put it there. So when I was going through things, because I could hear find the place where they choose to nest in, if they don't remember where it's at, they don't know where it is. So if the clutch is not together, or she's trying to hide some of those eggs, she's not. I mean, that's it. That's the end of the road for that guy. Because if they're not fed in the first hour, their survival rates plummet like 95%. But they all nest in very dark spaces, and that's part of why they have, the one that leaves the nest to go get stuff. So Indian ringnecks are very, it's very dark in case we see the tree. He's probably not even trying to eat it, to be honest. Oh yeah, no, it's funny when you bug them at night. I mean, it's kind of funny, I realize that, but they'll sit there and they'll just chatter to themselves to self-soothe. And I think it's kind of like an instinctual thing to be like, I'm gonna let all the other conners know that you're being an asshole. And maybe it's like a survival instinct thing, because if you get woken up and you're having to chatter to yourself because it's going on for so long, they will let the others know that they need to buckle down and in because there's a predator nearby. And honestly, they don't learn a lot when the night time's out. Nighttime is the right time for sleep time. If you have where's the you have a sleeping hoodie, which is an oversized hoodie that is not super, you don't want it to be too loose that it's like 3 or 4 sizes heavier than you, unless it's like a very light hoodie. I would recommend you get a hoodie that is 1 to 2 sizes larger than you, especially if it's cotton, so that you can have sleepy buddy time. And that is, the lights are going out, and especially during the summer, you want to control how much access to light they have. You want to make sure that they're getting consistently 12 hours of dark or more, right? Don't always cut it down to 8 all year, or you're going to have the same problem I'm having right now with Gerry, which is laying eggs uncontrollably, even though it's dark in her room for 8 hours, or 16 hours a day. Life will find a way. Jurassic Park theme. But get a hoodie that's like 1 to 2 sizes bigger than you. Don't let it be too warm, so you don't want anything like polyvinyl, ethylene, or I can't remember what it's called. But like the plastic ones, because if the first time you dry those on high heat or something, they just trap the heat in and don't allow you to exchange heat properly, which is great for the winter, but it's not great for the summer. But if you get a cotton one, they can sleep very comfortably in there with you. And you don't get so hot or so warm that you feel the need to sleep. Because unless you are the kind of person that sleeps on their back and you do not move a single centimeter at night, the first time you fall asleep with them in your hoodie will be the last time that you see them alive. It's not intentional, unless you're a very light sleeper, because you'll feel them trying to escape. And I have heard that that's a very dark core memory for people, so I very much make it a rule that if the stove's getting on or I might get warm, I want to go to sleep, they're not allowed to sleep in my hoodie. But I do recommend it. It is so comforting. I don't know, you can't see this mountain, but maybe you can hear it. It's so comforting, it's so cool to have them sleep in your hoodie and just be with you, because it is the ultimate sign of trust, because they know you aren't going to harm them. They know they're safe. They know that you're not going to get them too hot or let them get too cold. They know you're not going to bother them any more than you have to, and you could just sit on the couch, watch your TV, or be on your phone, and just be together. It's wonderful. Again, they love you like cats. It's like having a mobile cat station. What do you think you did? Oh. Any ringnecks are incredibly expensive because people want the parrot that talks. But they are a whole other level of work. The ones that can talk like people are a whole other branch of interaction. So if you've seen like the Apollo and Friends video, and I think they're kind of mean to each other and to their birds, but I don't have any higher order birds. But like to Soleil and the other one whose name I don't know because they never talk about him, are kind of more like conures. They're caciques, like the brand of cheese, which are higher order than conures, so they're smarter. Conures need a minimum of an hour of interaction with them every day. You have 2 conures, 2 hours. You have 3 conures, 3 hours. You have 5 conures, 5 hours. It's not negotiable. They need to have that interaction with you, because if they're only having that interaction with the environment, they only have that interaction with the jungle that you've allowed them to create, they might as well be wild birds, and they're going to do exactly as wild birds do. You training them, interacting with them, kind of tampers those wild instincts, those wild behaviors, and interrupts like the hormonal cycles as much as can be. It gets a routine going to ensure that you guys have those expectations and everything else. But again, once that switch flips, you've lost them. They are wild animals at their absolute core. And once those hormones flip, for better, for worse, that's where you're at. And then whether it's for mating, whether it's for molting, whether it's for preparing for winter or whatever, if you don't have those routines set up to interrupt those cycles, you're done, though. You're toast. How do you do the cold thing? You say red and it goes to red? I don't remember what that refers to. I'm sorry, James, if you could remind me. But to answer your other one for Africans in my area start at $3,000. And if Africans can live, I think, 50 or 60 years, it's a long time, like the whole lifespan of a person. And if they come to you pre-trained, I've heard that they can go as high as $10,000. Oh, Tom does color tricks. Okay, so yeah, um, just like, cause I kind of, I got spoiled with Greg. Greg was incredibly intelligent, and Tommy looks almost exactly like Greg did. So I assumed, that the intelligence thing was kind of like based on mutation, because they're all green-cheeked conures. Pineapple is a mutation of that. Black cap is a mutation of that. Diluted pineapple is a mutation of the pineapple, and so on and so forth, right? So I assumed that the intelligence dealt with the mutation of being pineapple. And so Greg, like, he knew the difference. He knew the difference between all 7 delineations of the rainbow. If I said, bring me the blue block or touch the blue block, he would do that. And it didn't take, like, I mean, it took a couple of months, but it didn't take, like, a horrendous amount of time. Tom, for a year, I only had the 3 blocks. Blue, red, yellow. And I'd be like, touch the blue block, or push, or pick up, like, just blue, I would say blue block, just hoping he would do anything with it. And then if he didn't do anything, I would be like, touch, eat, pick up, touch, eat, like whatever, right? Just, I would give him instructions for blue block. And I wouldn't change which block, right? I would only say the one color that we were working on that day. I would never change the order that the blocks were laid out. And as I was laying them out, I would be like, blue, yellow, red, blue, yellow, red, blue, yellow, red. And when it would look like he was super frustrated, he was scratching his beak and his back of his head and everything, we would take a break and we would do something that he could do. And then we would go back to it and lay back out. Blue, yellow, red, blue, yellow, red, blue, yellow, red. And I would sometimes even like oversaturate it, right? Because I thought maybe he was just uncomfortable because there was only the 3 out and he just wanted an abundance situation. So one time I just put a ton of blue out there and I only had 1 yellow and 1 red in there. So he would have to go out of his way to touch the yellow or the red. Like, he'd have to trip over the blue to get to them. Which is what he did on one occasion, and Gerry would just lose her mind. She would be like, "The hell are you doing?" Like, she knew which ones were blue, she knew which ones were yellow, she knew which ones were red. And she would get so mad at him when he wouldn't do the trick. And I honestly don't know to this day if it was just like him being obstinate, him being, just not wanting to do it, him being bored or whatever, or he just genuinely didn't understand it. But Gerry would peck him and be like, "The heck are you doing?" If he wouldn't respond, she would peck him and be like, "What are you doing?" So, unfortunately, that's as far as we got with like formal training. Now, when I was working the 80 hours a week, our hour of together time, they only got 1 hour for all of them total because I physically couldn't. There were times that I was sleeping in my car because I didn't even have the energy to go home between jobs, or I had to be at the next job, in only 2 hours, so it made sense to go drive to the other job, sleep in the car, perform work, right? That being said, they only got the 1 hour, which is not how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to be 1 hour for each bird, and they only got 1 hour for them total, and it all had to deal with getting them their clean water, making sure they had clean food, and getting their baths in. One of the things, if you've already had him 3 days, he needs to have a bath. You should never have longer than 3 days going in between when they have a bath. Now, obviously, the trust system is still in place, but how they took a bath
Tom and Gerry, they came out the box ready because I bought them from a breeder. There's a whole story behind that I didn't want to get into. But he must have like bathed them in his hand because I opened the cage and they got in my hand and Gerry just kept pulling on my thumb. I was like, okay, I didn't know what it meant. We had just met. So I didn't understand what she wanted, so I just kind of put her on my shoulder. I honestly expected her to want to go straight to cage, or to be afraid or whatever. But they came out and they're ready to go. That's what hand feeding does, right? But when I went to go turn on the water to get them some water for their dish, she jumped immediately onto my hand and was like pulling my thumb so that I would put my hands together. And so as soon as I put my hands together, that was the first thing we communicated was bath time. And so they take a bath with my hands. It's very cute. Not going to pretend it's not, but it's also very frustrating because she refuses to take a bath any other way. When you're working more than 80 hours a week, and you gotta get that bath in, right? Especially if you're trying to head off mating and molting season, because I don't know what it is about the stank, but the more the stank is, the more the hormones go up, the more they try to make the babies, and the more likely it is that those babies will be fertilized. So Tom does not do color tricks. How long before you let Gerry see him? I was told that they were both males, so I never separated them. If you do decide to get a second conure, 100% recommend that you have them DNA tested before you cage them together. Because the breeder went off of behaviors, the first bet that they had went off of behaviors, they were both wrong. And that's how I got Neville and Greg Jr. So behaviors are not enough. They're not enough. And again, I go back to they're very egalitarian. So I don't know that behaviors are indicative of gender at all. Yeah, I would show him this is blue. I'd be like, this is blue. And he would look at it and he's kind of see pick it up and he would be like, okay. And I'd be like, this is blue. And if he picked it up, I would give him a treat. And then I would be like, this is yellow. And if he picked it up, I'd give him a treat. And I'd be like, this is red. If he picked it up, I'd give him a treat. Again, I was very rigid in how I did it. So like, there's no excuse for him to not know. Maybe he's colorblind and I'm just dumb. But as far as I know, all three blocks that I had at the time were different contrast. So he should have been able to tell by contrast. I don't know if conures can be colorblind. That would be interesting to know. I'll have to look that up. But he never, after a couple months, he never wanted, I either never wanted to do it or he never caught on. Like Gerry caught on, like sometimes she would be like, here's the blue lock, damn it, and I'd give her the treat. But her frustration with Tommy not getting it is, generally speaking, her only trick is getting him to do tricks so she could swoop down, get whatever treat he got, and then fly off. They really are smart, and they're very cute, and they will snuggle up on you in non-manipulative ways. You know how like cats will be like, hey, I noticed you got a steak up there. I'm going to just rub incessantly against your leg and just be like the cutest you've ever seen me. And I promise it has nothing to do with the steak, but the moment that steak disappears, I'm going to disappear. Or if you tell me you're not going to be any, I'm not going to be here. But I'm going to be with you here in this time of state.
these guys are not super manipulative like that. They're loving when they're loving, but they are loving like cats a lot of times. They will come and be like, hey, I noticed you got whatever, but better than cats, no is no, and they'll work for their food. Oh, before I let Gerry see the new ones, Gerry got access to the new ones right away. I was trying to go off of the I'm gonna let nature take its course, because if obviously if all 20 had hatched or 20 had hatched, I'd be losing I'd probably be dead. I don't know what I would have done. I would not have been able to sleep at all. But I would have had to let nature take its course, right? So if she was eating them or whatever, like I would have just had to let it go. But I let her see the new ones right away. When Caroline came to join the flock, they met right away. Her and Gerry were fast friends. Gerry got to work on her right away, getting all her feathers that had not been released because she had nobody to bring her. And the staff didn't have time to, go in and do it for her. So she was basically just sitting there miserable and trying to scratch off what she could, as much as she could stand to do, which is another reason that bathing is very important, because if there's no bathing, the keratin never really softens enough for them to do it on their own. But you should also do yours with wet fingers, wet nails if you can, just to facilitate things. But Gerry, I let her have her babies right away. I just came right in there so that I could see what was going on. Oh, the camera's dying. I've got to plug it in, Oh, yeah. Got it at 2%, guys. Did I teach them to fly? They did come clipped, but they had flown wherever they were. And I assume that they clipped them because they weren't sure what was going to happen on the airline. You have to get a veterinarian waiver and everything like that. Say that they can deal with the temperatures, the temperature fluctuations, which can be horrendous, which is like, them flying can be a real big danger. You got to get them used to those. And so when they're little and you're getting used to them, you really are making them very susceptible to illness and danger. But aside from that, because they had to go to get that veterinarian waiver, I assume that they had to. I assume that they made the choice to clip their wings, so that if the cages had to be open, there was an emergency, had to get them to the vet, or they opened them, which is what happened in their case, to get them food and water, because there was an unexpected halt in cargo for the flight that they were on, and they had got left out on the tarmac in weather that was over 100 degrees Fahrenheit on the tarmac, and they were in a very dark cage with very little ventilation, because they didn't want them swapping germs with the other dogs or whatever that was in cargo. So they had their first medical situation while on the tarmac out there. It killed over 1 million bees, which actually devastated a huge sector of farming for where they were going in California. But I digress. They got their wings clipped in, and I know that they were flying wherever they were because when they got here, they kept trying to, and they kept falling flat on their faces. So basically what I did was I had them perch on my fingers, and I would put one hand in front of their chest so that they wouldn't fall, and we would just clay fly until the feathers grew back, which took like 6 months, because those feathers are only intended to have to take so much, to take the abuse of flying, but they're not intended to be replaced often, because that would be like replacing a piece of airplane wing every so often, and then just having that piece missing for a while until it came back, which is not conducive. But I go back to these guys are survivors. They do a lot of foraging, or they forage on the forest floor, which is also why they're prey animals. Because if they go too high towards the canopy, you know, other parrots like toucans will eat them. And if they go too low, then you know things like monkeys, apes, pumas, whatever will eat them. So they pretty much eat everything because of that. And their molting cycle is very long because of that, and their replacement for their clipped wings are very long because of that. But they otherwise knew how to fly. They instinctually know how to fly. Greg Jr. and Neville, before they went on to the home that they're at now with my cousin, they knew how to fly. They just one day got up on something and just kind of fell down a few times, and they kept, it was like a timing issue. They didn't know how to like time the fall with the wings, so they tried a couple times just having the wings out and then falling, and then they figured out how to fall, and then they figured out how to fall with their wings out, and then they just flew. Oh, these guys, baby parrots typically do not sleep all the way through the night. Once their crop empties, they get real hungry. I don't know if you watched any of my earlier streams, or like, and I haven't made them into shorts because the way that YouTube encodes the long video, or any of the videos, highlights, whatever, the program I have doesn't work with whatever codec it is. So I have to learn this new program, and I'm not doing well with it. So I haven't put out any shorts. But the way that Tom and Gerry do it, and my understanding is how adult parrots do it, is they just stuff them as full as they can. Because adult parrots need a solid 8 hours of sleep. They need 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep. They never make up that time. So if you don't let them sleep throughout the night, they are going to be cranky the next day. And part of that is because their hormones start flipping, and they start thinking it's summer. So their bodies are starting to get ready for summer, and then if summer never comes, they get pretty bad tempered. So it's best to let them sleep. But for baby birds, you know, the milk, they have to put milk in the crop, right? Unless they're Tom and Gerry and they're doing things like wire casings for God knows what reason. So they just kind of sit there, and as they breathe, their crops get pushed on just a little bit, that tension, and it just goes up near their mouths and droops down. So they get food throughout the night. But you know, they have to, we call it the whittles, but they have to poop out whatever they don't absorb, right? And it's impossible for them to absorb 100% of everything, even if they're starving. And so the baby parrots can't sleep throughout the night. And even if they don't wake up, they need to be fed when they're at first week of life, minimum every hour. They can make it up to an hour before their crops empty. It's because they're so tiny. Their crops that first week of life go from this, I would say the width of child's pinky finger nail, pinky nail, to the width of an adult woman's pinky nail. That first week. So that's all they got to work with. It doesn't take them. And they typically sleep with their necks back to ensure that tension while they're breathing pushes that food up and then into their stomachs. That second week of life, allegedly you can get away with it for 2 hours. I was not that lucky, but of course these guys were kind of undernourished from being expected to digest whole foods that mom and dad couldn't even digest in that time. So then they had to. I had to work around what they couldn't digest, right? So their crops were emptying faster than what they looked like, and their crops were also getting very grossly expanded as a result. But I was still having to feed them every week. It hasn't been until this last week that, last couple of weeks, that it's been every few hours, and they wake up and they need food. But Tom and Gerry aren't the ones that are doing that. I'm necessarily not. I'm doing that with the formula. Although this week I really haven't done too much with the formula. Tyson, because Tom and Gerry have decided that he's a big man all by himself now. It's just been taking like whole scoops of seeds and putting them in his mouth and just kind of sucking on them until his beak can break it. Neither one of them have the strength in their beaks yet to be able to break it, so he'll just kind of suck on them until he can. And he's really not wanted any of the formula. I'll try again tomorrow. I'm too tired today. We went to the zoo today. Basically broke my body with my lupus. But I'll try again tomorrow to see if he likes it. It's not bad for him. It's not even bad for his parents. But he really hasn't been interested in it. He's not going to eat it himself. You don't want it too hot and too cold. And really that depends on whether or not you run hot or cold. I run very cold. I'm the kind of person who wears a sweatshirt during summer because everybody's cranking up the AC to get cooled down, and then where they're thinking that's just barely working, I'm like, okay, I got 3 shirts on. Can we shove that shit down? But if you are a person that runs hot, you definitely need to make sure that whatever shirt you get is cotton, and that the undershirt that you wear, any undershirts that you wear under this sweater, jacket, and I do recommend it being a sweater or hoodie. You get more bang with your buck with a hoodie. But I do recommend that be cotton as well. I do not recommend that you use any synthetic fibers, like rayon, polyvinyl, anything like that. Simply because, oh god, my shirt is dropping. So, sugar, sorry. It's simply because they trap heat and they don't exchange heat very well, and they don't exchange oxygen very well. So with their lungs being super efficient, all of your sweat and everything that you're giving off is what they're going to, it's what they're going to be breathing in, and even if it doesn't majorly harm them in a way that you see, it will cause long-term damage. So I do recommend cotton for the outer sweater. I recommend cotton for the inner sweater if you're somebody who runs hot. But you can get away with synthetic fibers inside if you're a person that runs cold, and wearing the sweater at the time is not going to make you sweat or anything whatever it is that's going to be able to exchange air pretty easily, even though you're not moving a ton. Because you'll still have to move or whatever to, get everything aired out, so to speak. But the reason I recommend a hoodie, we went back to sleep. Okay. If they had woken up, I would have shown you. Is that you turn the hoodie backwards so that the hood is in front of you, and then you put them in the hood. You tighten up the hood on the back of your neck just enough to make sure that it's dark inside, and that you're not having to put a lot of work into pulling it back on your neck to keep it up, to keep the plump up. Bonus points if you have something very light that you can put on the bottom. They'll be flat, so that they can sit flat on the bottom, because when they're little, that's really all they want to do is sit flat. They're not quote unquote big birds yet until they're ready to perch it vertically at least a little bit. Yeah. He's about to jump out of his cage. I showed him new. He might be wanting to meet with you, bro. Just put your hand out. If you have one of his millet treats, put it on your hand, the furthest away from the cage. Just put your hand out and see if that's what he wants to do. Yeah, so get a big one, but not, you only want it like 2 sizes bigger than you. You don't want it to be a heavy one, because if they do get inside of the shirt instead of inside of the hood, it'll just push on them, which, some of them do feel great comfort being pushed on, but other ones feel suffocated, and it can suffocate if it pulls and pushes on them too much. He may be just a super friendly conure. He may just already be ready to be bonded with you, and he may be wondering why you're not trying to speak back. Again, they don't have any way to communicate. The communication that you guys have is going to be your own. You're going to have your own language between the two of you. So when they go high up in the cage, um, that's them trying to like. I mean, it's them hiding. Let's just be blunt about that. And high spaces. All parents feel the safest and most comfort when they're higher than what they're looking at. So if they were looking at your dog and they get on top of the refrigerator, they feel safe. But right now, the highest they can go is the top of their cage, right? And he's making a lot of noise because he doesn't know how to communicate with you, right? So, but he's trying his best. It's basically like if you just start talking to him and be like, hey, bro, just calm down, we're good, we're good. Trying to let him know that things are fine, that you're vibing. But he is just throwing words at you to be like, hey, bro, you touch me, to just leave the millet there, and then we'll be fine. We're good. Glad we got messed a good thing up. So the best thing you can do, honestly, is just be very patient. This is one of the first tricks you're going to teach him, right? Is the trick of talk to me or communicate with me. And if you just sit, what kind of cage did you get? Did you get like a flight cage? Did you get like a table cage? Did you get like one of the cages from the pet store? Yeah, he knows he checked out. And it's kind of cute the way it sounds. Okay, so it's bigger than my table, but it's okay. I'm just trying to figure out what the perspectives are. So he's still able to get higher than you, right? So for them, that's also a domination thing, and they feel like they're in the dominant position when they can get higher than you. So if you're able to, since it is still technically a table cage, pull up a chair to wherever it is, and then you just want to sit next to it and let him hear you. But honestly, the best thing you could do if it's late where you're at and it's nighttime is just to let him sleep. Turn off the lights that he can see, and just if it's in the same room that you sleep in, which is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You'll hear a lot of people say that that's bad, but that's not been my experience. If it's the same room that you're sleeping in, then go ahead and start laying down, essentially. Give him his millet in his cage. Let him know, bud, I heard you. You're uncomfortable with getting on my hand. We'll work on this another day, but for now, here's your stuff. I'm going to close shop and I'm going to go to sleep. And then lay down. It's good for, again, it all comes back down to routine. But you also need to start getting into the routine of nighttime is the right time of sleep time. And if you don't have a cover for the cage,
starts going to be prone to light stringing on, or he's not going to have at least an hour before his flight starts for him to do not leave it open if you're going to, if you're going to go lay down. You need to make sure you leave it closed whenever you might be laying down, that needs to be closed and he needs to be inside of it. Even if you guys are sharing the same one. Oh my god, Tom and Gerry for the longest time, their cage was at the head of my bed. They didn't want to sleep anywhere else. They wanted to be able to see me, hear me, whatever me sleeping. I think they used to think, I don't know, because they were one of, there was like 30 birds in there, in the breeder's picture. I don't know if they were all born, I was told that they all had the same mom, so, Gerry really could be trying for the grass ring. But as far as I know, they were all hand-fed. They were not separated from their flock until they flew out. And I think they just didn't trust that I was going to sleep. So I put them in a cage. I'd get up, I'd turn off the light, and they'd lay down, and then they would do their little chatter. He'd go, give me his kissing sounds, which I found out later was tongue. And then we would all go to sleep together. When my sleeping schedule got really messed up when I was working the 2 jobs, they didn't want to sleep next to my bed anymore, and it's probably because I was coming in at all hours, if at all. But by then we already had the flight cage ordered, and because I had nothing to be able to get it, and we had to put, where we had to put it was basically at the foot of the bed, and they didn't like that, so I had to redo the entire room until they were right next to the bed, so that again it didn't do well at the top of the bed because of the way the different doors opened, and Gerry knew how to get in and out of the guillotine doors, so, and she would just eat her way through any zip ties, so we couldn't put her at the top of the bed because we couldn't risk that she was going to come out in the way and do whatever. But so we had to put it on the side of the bed where my head was, and finally that was the island we got on. It's away from me when he was happy that we were at the hospital too, so now they're pretty high. Oh, I bet he fucking loves that. I bet he loves that.
streams. I'm gonna be honest, I got like 3 hours of sleep last night. You know, because I was up deep cleaning some rugs before, and then I decided to stop and like fix the machine. I think you have looked at some doors and figure out how to do it. Oh yeah. Like I said, they're smart. They know what's up. You do need to find a way to keep them closed, though. Don't do tape because they can irritate you in several places in the body. All the crop, on the way to the crop, showing and then of course coming out of the crop, getting into, it could get into the lungs, it can get into the digestive tract, and then basically trying to I'm sorry, I lost the word there. Yeah, I would love to chat again. Albeit I'm doing streams every night because people seem to really like watching the birds. So if I catch you tomorrow, catch you tomorrow. If you leave me any, if you leave me questions on the videos I have, I'll try to see if I can record some replies. I think that's a thing that we can do here. And then we'll go from there. If that's okay with you. I'm so sorry. I appreciate your patience. I just closed my eyes and realized I could just sleep forever. But I appreciate your patience. I appreciate you. I appreciate the chat. And I'm glad that you're part of the Conure flock there. And congratulations, bro. Oh, shit. I'm pretty in New Mexico. I was 35 when what happened? No, that's a lie. I was 33. I got my first one in 2020 with the pandemic. So. But I'm going to go ahead and let you go, and by let you go, I mean what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay down. Well, I actually need to move these guys next to me so I can see them. Make sure all of their stuff is plugged in and set. That way I can see. I'll move these, and then I'm going to lay down, and you might hear me sleeping because it could be right next to me. What is this? What do you think is this? Tyson. Tyson, where's your brother? Where's the Tyson abrasive? I gotta find Tyson. I gotta find Tyson. Where are you going? Where are you going? I have a suspicion he's down here. There he is. I know. I know. I found you. I found you. Hi, baby. Good morning. Your sibling was looking for you. You had flappity flaps until I found you and brought you back.
you.